how teacher education is implemented in Finland. I chose this image to the beginning of this presentation because this is the challenge for teacher education globally. We are living in a world that is constantly changing, and the cycles of change only get more faster and faster. And the future of our students will be very different than what we have experienced as teachers. And there comes the dilemma for teacher education. So how can we prepare our teachers to provide our students the skills that they need in their future? And we have had quite extensive teacher education development initiative in recent years. It actually started already in 2016. We have established this teacher education forum. It's led by the Finnish government, and there are representatives from different universities providing teacher education in Finland. And they have just announced a new development program for teacher education from starting this year until 2026. And there are some critical development objectives that they have identified. First one is related to foresight in teacher needs. So how much and what kind of teacher workforce we need in the future. As it has been mentioned here, Finland's population is very small, 5.5 million inhabitants, and also we are a very aging population. So it is inevitable that in the future there has to be a big reform in our educational system in a way that the number of schools will decrease rapidly, and there is also perhaps some thinking how to ensure this geographically equal opportunities for all of our students. Also, all the universities providing teacher education, they are jointly thinking and designing the student admission, and they want to take more into account the different applicants, so the diversity of the applicants, as well as also international dimension. So it is already a growing trend that we will have more and more immigrant background teachers in the future, so we need to think about these kind of aspects as well. Also, teachers and directors' well-being is under this first objective, as well as how to promote flexible transitions in teachers' careers so that they can further develop themselves and their work. The second point, teachers' competence development, is research-based and continuous. So here they are discussing about multidisciplinarity of teacher education and research-based teacher education. What does it mean in practice? So, for example, how can we have different models for the teacher competence? Also thinking about the needs of the world of work, so the schools and educational organizations, and perhaps some private sector actors in this relation as well. And also different opportunities for studying and practicing under supervision, and also different kinds of contexts where our teachers need to operate. And there is also an initiative to somewhat unify the level of education and teacher education programs at the moment. The third part here is about collaboration and networks and teachers continuing learning. So we want to emphasize the quality assurance and effectiveness of teacher education in the future as well. The research competencies, not only teacher students but also teacher educators. And also still emphasize the need for the teachers and teacher educators to participate in different networks and in different partnerships and collaborate in research and development, as they do already, but we still want to highlight this as well. And then the last objective is related to leadership skills. So these kind of leadership skills of teachers enhances their skills to improve their professional learning community in their own work environment and contribute to the development of not only their own work but also their work community and how to discuss with different parties, and also the aspect of pedagogical leadership in this process. The development program also identifies some challenges that are influencing teacher education already now, but also more and more in the future. So we have talked a lot about competence-based curriculum here during these 2 days, and it enables or it should enable more options for the students to plan their learning processes and what they actually study and what kind of competencies they want to achieve during their studies. And this, of course, requires a lot of support and guidance from the teachers. And we have here mentioned many times these wicked challenges of the world, such as climate change, sustainable development, the effects digitalization brings along, like automation in many different industries, the use of artificial intelligence, and so on. So we need to think about how we can have more multidisciplinary approach also to teacher education in order to build more broad-based competencies of our future teachers. And then there is well-being, and research shows that well-being, of course, increases learning results and also promotes the engagement and commitment of those involved in the learning process. And at the same time, we also need to think about not only well-being, but how to ensure equal rights and opportunities for studying to students that have different kinds of specific needs or learning difficulties and need more support and more solutions to be able to participate. And there is also a connection here to ensuring the accessibility of education. So how can we ensure that all of our students or young people have access to education? And to tackle all these other challenges presented here, we need to provide our teachers continuous learning opportunities so that they can develop their own profession and their work environment. Okay, now I see the slide. Okay, now on the slide you can see 3 boxes of 2 colors, The orange ones are different kinds of competence areas that they have identified that teacher education should promote within their students. And the first one is extensive basic professional competence. And there are certain elements inside that. Of course, it means that the teachers should have in-depth competence in their own field, meaning pedagogical, didactical skills, skills related to curriculum development, knowledge about different learners and how to support them, and also expertise or knowledge about values and culture in education and in that society, in this case, of course, Finnish society, and also promoting their emotional intelligence, interaction and cooperation skills to work with students, parents, their peers and their directors. There is also research competence under this competence area, and it emphasizes also critical thinking and sustainability expertise, and also managing different kinds of learning environments, which also includes digitalization and digital tools and environments and the pedagogy related to that. The second competence area is innovative professionalism and agency. And here we have different kinds of skills like these soft skills that we have talked about, or transversal skills: creativity, inquisitive, being bold and enterprising, being able to implement inquiry-based approach to work, so that they can face different kinds of challenges and developing their teaching and the teaching environment. Also competence in examining, so researching their own work and work environment and solving those problems that arise from them, and also applying those results into practice. And here also, again, we have the cooperation with the networks and partnerships highlighted in local and global context as well. And then the third competence area is related to development of teachers' competencies and work environment. So here we have, of course, continuous learning, career planning, how teachers are able to use different kinds of research and also assessments to improve their work, and leadership and management and community competence to operate in these different networks and different actors. Okay, here we see some kind of chart. These are kind of elements of the Finnish educational system chart that you have seen. So as has been said before already, we have two types of universities, and both of them provide teacher education. So we have 8 traditional universities and 5 universities of applied sciences offering teacher education, and us 3 represented here, HAMK, JAMK and TAMK, we are part of those 5 who have the agreement to arrange teacher education. And I think it has been also mentioned before that most of our teachers have master programs, In the university pedagogical programs, the class teachers and subject teachers program is already a master's program, so they will get their master's when they graduate. Kindergarten teachers is a bachelor level program. And then the teacher education program provided in universities of applied sciences, most of the applicants need to have a master's, even though the official requirement is a bachelor degree, but we have a lot of competition of the places to get into studying, so in practice they need to have a master's degree. And I think Juha will talk about this perhaps in his presentation, but just saying quickly where these different teachers are teaching when they graduate. So kindergarten teachers is clear, they will work in kindergartens and also pre-primary education. Class teachers, they will teach in grades 1 to 6. Also sometimes in pre-primary education. And then subject teachers, they teach usually in secondary education, grades 7 to 9, but also in upper secondary education. And then students graduating from the pedagogical program from universities of applied sciences, they usually go to teach in TVET sector or higher education. However, depending on their background, studies, and their first degree, they can also sometimes teach in secondary or upper secondary level as a subject teacher. And in all of these options, in both universities and universities of applied sciences, they also provide study and guidance counselor programs and special needs education programs. But these need to be taken after they have their pedagogical degree first. And the overall aim here when we talk about research-based teacher education is that the teachers who graduate from our programs, they have research orientation towards their own work. As you heard already about the objectives and also the competence objectives of this National Teacher Education Forum and their development program, these skills are highly emphasized in that program as well. So teachers should be these practitioners who are constantly developing their own work, their own capacity, and also their work environment. Here you can see one example of the content of teacher education program, and this is from our university. However, the modules presented here are more or less corresponding to the other teacher education programs provided in different universities. Of course, the universities have autonomy to design their own programs, but there are still some requirements in the Act of Teacher Education that are kind of determining some basic content that needs to be in each of the programs, and then other things the universities can decide themselves. And of course, these national initiatives steer the curriculum planning in teacher education. So first we have the basic studies in education science. So this is the foundation of educational science, education and society, and also key theories of learning go under this module. And then the second one is about professional pedagogy. Again, this is about their competence in understanding and applying different kinds of teaching methods, pedagogical approaches, so that they can design the learning processes in a way that they can consider the needs of the learners and also what is appropriate for that situation. Then we have advanced studies in professional pedagogy, and here we have topics such as cultural awareness, specific support for students, and also these educational networks where the teachers are operating. And then we have the practical teacher training. This is mandatory for all of the teacher education programs, and I think the average of credits in terms of teaching practice is something like 20. This module includes both the orientation to the practical training, so designing and negotiating and discussing with the educational institute where this training will take place. And then there is the actual training and also reflection afterwards. And then we have the final module, pedagogical expertise, where we have this development of teachers' competencies in, for example, research and development, innovation, and so on. And all of these, all of the programs, teacher education programs in Finland, there are different ways how the universities implement them, but I think all of them pretty much offer blended programs and also online programs. And certain kind of themes or cross-cutting ideas go through all of these modules, like for example digitalization is one thing that is emphasized in all of the programs. And there are also some processes, for example, to recognize teacher students' prior learning and also to create their personal development plan, just like in other degree programs as well. And then just a few words about continuing education as well. In Finland, it's the employer's responsibility, and there are different kinds of practices that the educational institutes use. In basic education, they have, for example, 3 days of mandatory continuous learning or training on certain topics that the schools are identifying as important or that come from national curriculum or national development topics. So the teachers are all coming together in those days, and they don't have teaching. They are focusing on developing their own skills and competencies. And then, for example, in our university at HAMK, we have this quite profound internal professional development program offered for our staff members. We call it HAMK 100, and it includes different kinds of areas related to teachers and support staff's work and also the growing trends in education that we need to address and so on. And then we have different kinds of government-financed development initiatives. Usually these are projects that the government is steering or announcing, and different actors participate, or there is a funding channel where different kinds of educational organizations can apply funding for certain kind of development. For example, in recent years, we had this reform in TVET, as Telle was describing, and it created a lot of need for continuing education for TVET teachers to be able to implement the new way of teaching and learning in TVET. And also digitalization has been one of the big topics that the government has supported to develop in teachers' competencies. And there is a short example about that later. And then, of course, teachers' lifelong learning itself. So teachers learning themselves or from their peers in various situations and various groups. In basic education, for example, they have these small groups of certain subject teachers, like for example language teachers can be together and they can discuss and improve their own work and their practices and so on. And then, as I mentioned, that even though this research and innovation competence is highly emphasized in these national development programs, the teachers have already been participating a lot in different kinds of development programs, and pretty much all schools or educational institutes in Finland, they are taking part in this kind of projects, and their teachers are learning together with the other schools or other institutions. And as I said, just a small example about how digital competence or digital skills of teachers have been developed over the years. So actually this started already in the early 2000s, and there was different kinds of initiatives to develop both the infrastructure but also the paradigm shift in teaching and learning, as we have been discussing here as well. And this initiative, of course, needed to influence the development of curriculum in all of the teacher education programs, not just in TVET, as it says in the slide. So how the teacher education should be implemented in order to promote these skills. And also it meant the development of these blended or online programs. And for example, at HAMK, we were the first teacher education provider who offered a fully online program, which started in 2005. And then, of course, we need to have different kinds of activities targeted to in-service teachers as well. So there are different kinds of shorter or longer continuing education programs or projects to support these digital competencies and e-pedagogy within the in-service teachers. And just as an example of this kind of a more holistic program, there are several universities of applied sciences offering this Digi-Teacher specialization program, which is 30 credits and concentrates on this e-pedagogy competence and development of digi-pedagogical approaches, and also how the digitalization influences occupations and workplaces and media literature and schools' operational culture and so on. So this was very short presentation about teacher education. I could, of course, talk much more, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions as well, but I will give the floor to Juha, and he will talk about teachers' role and what does it mean that when they are actually in their work, what do they do?
Thank you, Maria. By the way, how many of you have worked as a teacher or are working as a teacher just now? Please raise your hand. Okay, so almost everyone. How many of you has been taught by teacher? Somehow. How many of you have learned something from teacher? And how many of you have learned something just by yourself? Good. You know, I'm quite sure that there's some quite nice person sitting next to you. If not, don't say it. But I think there might be somebody quite good person next to you. Please turn to him or her a bit and tell something, some word or a couple of words, how you in your country can attract the best of the best became a teachers. Just what is the secret? Just 2 minutes. One minute. Understanding other parents and so on and so on. How much they have learning difficulties. How can arrange the class? How can, you know, lead the learning process when you have such a big differ of different learners inside your classrooms. And I heard yesterday that in your classrooms in Kenya, there can be more than 100 students. It means that there's 100 or more different persons who want to be taught different ways. So as a teacher, you have to be like a acrobat or somebody, you know, who throw all the balls at the same time and do something with the feet and do something with the other feet, and you know, it's very complicated job, in fact, all over the world, because world is changing, of course, like we have heard many times, and I will go back to that after lunch. I will continue this kind of challenging you. But in Finnish education system, I'm sure, like in Kenya as well, you have different teachers, lots of different teachers, and they have to cooperate. And first of all, we have to recruit the best teachers, okay? And they can cooperate, and they are willing to cooperate, and they are eager to cooperate, because no teacher should work alone anymore in this world. They have to work as a group, and they have to work as a social constellation, that where everybody is, you know, somehow has some kind of impact to others, and they, you know, ping pong the ideas and find out what is the best way to improve learning. This is teachers' main role: improve learning, not teaching. The focus have to be in learning. And sometimes we say, what are you doing? Okay, I'm a teacher. What is your profession? I'm a teacher. Okay, what do you teach? And some of the teachers say, still answer, okay, I'm teaching mathematics. No, you are not teaching mathematics, you are teaching pupils. What to teach to mathematics, what to teach to biology, what to teach, they are tools for learning something, and the main focus have to be, you are not mathematics teacher, you are teacher for the students. You are teacher or helper or coach or whatever. And in our system it's quite similar than all over the world. It doesn't differ so much, but we have used this transversal competency since early childhood education. This is just again complicated form. But you can see up there that those transversal competencies they appear already in early childhood education. So we hope that the kids are orientated. Learning is much bigger than learn some language or mathematics or something, but learn to how to live in the complex world in the future. And it means that they should have cultural competencies. They should have competencies to take care of themselves. And they have to have competencies to participate. And of course the multiliteracy, what Maria also said. And in my opinion, the most critical thing is thinking and learning. How to think. I want to recommend you one good book about thinking, and this book is from a Daniel Kahneman book called Thinking Fast and Slow. Because usually in schools we somehow we use a bit too much this fast thinking. It's more important to know something fast than deep. And this deep learning means that you have to do inquiry-based learning, and you as a teacher have to use PBL. And this P, it doesn't mean project, it doesn't mean problem, it means passion. PBL, in my opinion, is passion-based learning, and it needs passion-based teaching. That you teach with the pedagogical love. I go back to that after lunch. Teachers in Finland, we have succeeded so far, and now I don't know how long it takes. We have the same challenges than you, that we have the diversity of learners, we have the difficult behavior, we have the demanding parents and so on, and chasing world against us. And learning and schools have to they have the competition between the social media and all the attractive things you can find from your mobile. Like I have just now exactly the same challenge. How can I keep your attraction out of your mobile phones? It's mission impossible. So how to use the mobile phones, devices, whatever, part of your learning process. I will go back to that again after lunch. But we have had such a good luck that we have get best of the best so far. The status of teachers and teacher training is quite high in Finland. It's one of the most attractive places to apply after secondary education. 10 times more applicants than we can take. And even males think that the teachers are the best possible girlfriends or wives. And that's the reason why no, it's not my reason. But and also the women, they think that the male teachers are quite good husbands in many ways, because they are democratic in many ways. That's true, It's my wife is teacher and I'm teacher, and we totally share all the homeworks, for example. We don't have male work or women work in our household. We just have some work that somebody have to do. And I'm sure that's something to do that we are both teachers. We have known that, okay, the equality all over, even the gender equality, is something which is very, significant for our relationship. And please, push the button. To become a teacher is still very attractive. And we are a bit afraid that when you have this kind of messages all around the world, that it's more and more, demanding and burn out and worn out and whatever out happens to teachers, that they are collapsing in the middle of the semester. The more burnouts, the more physical, problems they have because of the profession, the less attractive the teacher's job comes. And that's something we don't want. We want to keep them wealthy and healthy and good looking, It's something, this healthy teacher, if you feel healthy, you can teach healthy students. If teacher is well-being, the students will be well-being, and vice versa. If teacher is not doing well, how is the teaching? How is the learning? How is the atmosphere in the classes? Bad. In our University of Science, where we have class teachers department, only 10% of the applicants will go through the entrance exams. And everybody of those who apply to become a teachers are the best after matriculation test. So the best students apply to become a teacher, and only 10% of these best students will be applied, will be accepted. And push the button. This is the formal time teacher. It's teacher training in Finland in the 50s or 40s, something like that. And this is what it looked like. Not anymore. Now it's competence-based, and based on the practice, and based on the job learning, based on the problem solving, and so on, and based on the research, like we heard just from Maria. It's research-based in many ways. And if you want to become a teacher, class teacher or subject teacher to junior high or upper secondary, you have to take care of this application system. You have to perform well in this matriculation exams. It's 60% of your points comes from these matriculation exams. It means that you have to have quite good academic skills if you want to become a teacher. And after that, you have to do this written entrance exam called Vakava. It's about educational things and whatever. It's a text analyze or something like that. It depends year after year. But they have to take part of this entrance exam test. And after that, they have this aptitude test. Are you suitable? Are you somebody who really suitable in this demanding profession? In fact, the most important profession in the world. If you pass this test, you will be adapted. Then you have a final decision. Okay, and you can step into the university, and after 5 years you have license to teach. James Bond has license to kill. But it's the same, license to teach, and you are ready to apply the job. Push the button. And it's also, like Maria said, it's research-based in many ways, but we don't want to make those teachers researchers. If they just want to follow this path, they can become. It's possible. Many of the teacher students continue their studies to become doctors. It means that they want to focus on pedagogy research or didactic research or whatever, or whatever thesis they found. They can continue, but they all the teachers in Finland have a hint. What is they will have to do their final thesis, and it's a research work. And at the same time, they also have these pedagogical studies in practicing schools. And it means that all the teacher has some kind of knowledge about how to make the research. And many of the teachers, including my wife, again, she's also want to make a small research in her classroom, how the kids are behaving. And this kind of research and sharing the ideas, the small research, not the official research, they are the things which make the quality same all over the Finland. The teachers are changing their ideas, their results, their thoughts and so on in some training session in somewhere. And of course the principal or a headmaster, depends on the school, they take care that teachers are sharing their ideas and they are following the core curriculum. And all the universities with this basic education teacher training, they have the practicing schools. And those practicing schools are something, they have the teachers who are usually quite high quality teachers, who are ready to counsel, who are ready to help those teacher trainers, teacher students to achieve the best possible teaching methods and the ways how to teach and so on. And they make the experiences and so on. And they can try and they can mistake and they get feedback. Maybe you remember the triangle yesterday. That feedback is the key. That they have a feedback, okay, you have done this very well and this needs some exercise and so on. So it's more like tutoring process than, up-down instructions. They help you to find your best way to become a best possible teacher from your character. It's combining theory and practice. Again, push the button. And these methods in practicing schools is some observation that you can observe, videotape, or however, make some small videos, whatever, how to observe. And how the teacher tutor or teacher trainer, when he or she has supervised in a way the lesson, and then it's time for feedback after that. And pedagogical and subject didactic counseling in the groups. It's also essential that you know also, of course, you have to know the content. You have to know what is the didactic of mathematics, for example. What is different to teach mathematics than biology and so on. And how to ally those things, how to make integration between the subjects. One more. Teachers in Finland they are seen as experts. They are the experts when they have the negotiations, for example, inside the school, where the principal is and teacher and counselor and school psychologist. If some kid has for example, has some kind of behavioral issues, and teacher is the one who is expert in learning. And nobody tells teacher how to do it. He or she is the expert in this field, and the other are in the other fields. And in this group process. So how to lead this expert work is again part of pedagogical leadership. It's a big issue, and I can use hours to speak about pedagogical leadership, but we will go back that next time when I'm in Kenya. How to lead expert work? To let them go, let them fly, let them become what they should be. And and support them instead of supervising them. That's my advice. Respect, autonomy, and maybe you remember the trust. Give them freedom to shine. Everybody needs to shine, also teachers, also students. This is my version of the curriculum tree, and this is just a small example how the teachers are involved in basic education to create curriculum. And this is curriculum tree, and here roots of the tree there's lots of different lobbers, politics, unions, work, these companies and so on, whatever, who want something from school. They want, you have to add this and that to your curriculum, and this is also very important, this is also very important, these kind of lobbers. And then it's up to those specialists who start to write the core curriculum. That, okay, what kind of things we want to add in our written core curriculum? Okay, it's never, exactly the same than those lobbers want. And then it's go back to trunk, a little bit over, and then we go local to municipalities. And we think in municipalities and in local areas that, okay, how we will do this core curriculum living document, how we will fulfill all these objectives, how we will use all these contents in a very wise way, and the way our resources are good enough. The village school, the big city school and so on, they are different, but they still follow the same. And the environment is different, that how to use the environment. Okay, then we go up the trunk and we go the resources. What kind of resources we have in our school? How about our ICT? Not similar in every school. How about our teacher training? How about our teachers, old one, whatever? How about our parents? Do they want to commit to the school system and so on? And what kind of resources we have, the physical, mental and money resources. It depends also in Finland a bit, but I know in Kenya it varies a lot, that you have many different schools. But then, if you have the core curriculum followed, you go up again and you go to classroom reality. What happens inside the classroom? And this is the place where miracle happens. This is the place where curriculum became a reality. It's not the book anymore, it's actions. It's actions led by teacher, but give the freedom to the students to learn, not force them and kick them, punish them. And classroom reality is the teacher's intentions. What do you really want as a teacher? What kind of teachers do you really want to be? How to improve learning in my own behavior way. And then up there is the blossom of the tree. And this is the experiences of the students. And this is the real curriculum. How they feel when they left your school. In Kenya, in USA, in whatever country in the world, even in Finland. This is the reality of the curriculum. What they said, what they have learned. If you ask from those kids, what are your experiences? What do you memorize? What is your remembering me tells about your school years? And if they said, boring, 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 so it's not good. But if they say, yes, I remember that one teacher who really helped me, who was like a guardian angel for me, who really, really trust me, who really encouraged me to do my best. And these memories I want that you keep in mind. That's all so far.
Thank you very much. Your laptop is here. Your laptop. Daktari Opwara, you can take the floor. That's it.
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It seems people are tired. Are we there? How many are listening? And how many are not listening? Okay, I'll take you through the presentation by the PS for State Department for Post-Training and Skills Development, Mr. Alfred Jeriot, who is not here now, and he was to present on education industry linkages. Probably they can upload it there. As they upload, I just want to give a background of the State Department. This department was created in 2018, and with the main aim of enhancing and strengthening linkages between education, training, and industry. As you have listened to most presenters, the issue of linkages is an issue and is cutting across all the education sector. And it has led to a mismatch of the skills which are coming from our educational system with the requirements of the industry. And this is why the State Department was created to coordinate, to provide, to coordinate so that this gap is bridged. Okay, next slide. If I can just look shortly at the policy background, at the regional level, the African Union Agenda 2063 lays emphasis on fostering greater links between development, skills development and industry, and including closing the skills gap and elimination of youth unemployment. And this also issue is in our Constitution of Kenya, which is also talking about fostering youth employability. And the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, NESEP, also outlines strategies to enhance strong linkages between education, training, and industry. And that's why the State Department came in to coordinate that aspect. And the first thing in terms of coordination was to start with the policy, National Skills Development Policy, which was established with the help of the stakeholders. And this policy is supposed to promote sustainable socioeconomic growth through the development of skills workforce that is employable, productive, enterprising, innovative, adaptive, and competitive. And the policy is to be implemented by all the stakeholders in the education and training. We have also developed a National Skills Development Bill, which when it's now enacted into an Act of Parliament, it will establish the National Skills Development Council and also sector skills councils. Most of our stakeholders, you'll find they are using industry committees, others are using advisory committees, but all these have to be put together and harmonized in a National Skills Council so that you have a one body coordinating all this in Kenya. So when it's established, will the issue for operationalization of this council, we see very important when you leverage on the international best practices. This is an area that we would like to coordinate, to partner at that time. Secondly, we have establishment of the Kenya Post-Training Institute. This institute already we have approvals to start. It's not there, it's on paper, but we have approvals, we want to start it off. But the main purpose of this institute is to build capacities for career counselors in education, training, and work-based centers. And this is to improve career guidance for young people by linking it to the industry experts. Most of our children or our young people in schools, although they have the guidance of career, but how is it being linked to the industry? So we want them to be linked to the industry, to know what's going on there, so that when they choose careers, they are choosing careers that are sustainable, that are good. Secondly, the institute will build capacities for master crafts persons, and these are the ones who train apprentices in the industries. Currently, we have the master craft persons in the industries. When we take our children for attachment, we take them there for apprenticeship. They train them, but they are not trained to train. So you can see what's going on. So our reform is we need to train these people. So we need collaboration and partnership in establishing and equipping this institute, developing the program for the master trains, crafts persons and career counselors, and also recognition of the training that they'll go through. A third aspect is coordination of career guidance itself. The National Career Guidance Policy was developed to coordinate the career in all education, in the educational sector. We want to enhance industry involvement, what I've just said, for assisting learners to make informed career choices in tandem with the industry needs. We are establishing the coordination of offices of career services in the universities, in the TVETs, in basic education, which is ongoing. There is capacity building for operationalization of these offices, and also forecasting of future careers is a challenge, and this requires co-creation. We like to know the best practices and how can we borrow and also do in Kenya. We are also implementing the National Apprenticeship Program, and this is to this program provide youths who are not in education and they are not in employment, are also not in the training, and these people also require skills. So this program is enhancing these people, their employability and productivity. We target 10,000 to be trained yearly, and we are starting with a pilot where we are currently having 300 youths have been trained. We partnered with the Mega Kotua EPZ to train those 300, and all of them got employed in the same company. In fact, most of these people, when they go for training, they remain in the company. We did national industry mapping across the country, so we know the industries that are there in Kenya, and we have a database for that. Currently, we are training 230 youths. We are undergoing training in 11 counties, and 287 have just completed their training, and some of them are already have already gotten employed. So we need co-creation in recognition of this training, because they are training, but we have not been issuing them certificates of training, and so we need to collaborate with other stakeholders so that this kind of training, they also get certificates that are recognized. Also, capacity building for the master crafter person, which I've already said, and also review of the training program that they are using. And lastly, we have an issue of dealing with unwilling industry. There are industries who are difficult and they are not willing to train. How are we going to deal with that? How has it been done elsewhere? Now, there is also a National Young Innovators Entrepreneurship Program, which we are also running. The objective is to enable youth to commercialize their innovations towards enhancing their employability and productivity. And we are targeting 10,000 innovators yearly. We are collaborating with stakeholders in doing this. The current output, we have 660 youths who have been trained on commercialization of innovations during the pilot, and the 84 innovation startups have already been developed. But the challenges that they have had is to credit facilities and seed capitals have been a problem, and the weak collaboration with the stakeholders and the follow-up initiative have been an issue. But way forward, we want to forge partnerships and collaboration in this area again, also reviewing this curriculum to leverage on international best practices. We are also doing national entrepreneurs exhibitions. In these exhibitions are to empower the youth with entrepreneurial skills and network towards creating self-employment. This exhibition we normally use entrepreneurs who are successful so that they can take through the young people on the journey they have gone through and their experiences. And this can inspire that motivation for them to venture into entrepreneurship. We have held 3 national entrepreneurship exhibitions, and during that time, 4,153 youths were mentored during the exhibitions. And there is need to scale up this exhibition nationally, and we are also saying, can we go international to see what's going outside? How is it done? And we seek collaboration and exchange program for entrepreneurial exhibition. That's the issue on that. We also have National Talent Training Program. The overarching goal of the program is to empower young talented people with the skills required to transform their talents into commercial product services towards enhancing their employability. The target is to train 10,000 talented youths yearly. And we have started with a pilot where 40 youths were trained from 38 counties. And we need for partnership in the review of the training program and also the training of the youth. The good news is that these youths who were trained already, they have started commercializing their talent. We have good reports on that and they're successful. Then we have National Conference on Education on linking industry, on education industry linkages. This is very important. I know when we started this conference yesterday, there is an observer who said that we require to have a lot of industry people here. And this is an area that we want to dwell in, to bring in education stakeholders and the industry together every year and discuss the issues so that we can come up with the proper policies, so that we can come up with the proper curriculum and advice. The objective is to establish education industry linkages towards bridging the skills gap in Kenya. We believe if we have conferences between the stakeholders in education and the industry, then we can discuss and come up with a way forward. We have held 3 national conferences on education industry linkages, and we want to involve more partners, even the international partners, in this area so that we can improve these linkages. Lastly, we have National Skills Management Information System whose goal is to provide a platform that connects skilled persons to customers in the labor market in real time. It's working in a way that we have a database that works like what the PS said yesterday, like a Uber system, where those who have skills can enter into the system and find where they are required. And those who want a particular skill can still go into the system and get the skills around them. So, the system the system will automate the linkage between on-demand skill services to the labor market. And at present, we have already acquired the hardware, and we are now developing the software. And at the end of this year, it will be complete. And we will want to build capacities for the people who are going to use the system, and we also want collaboration for support and building synergy in this area. Thank you very much. That was a short presentation I had. I was given 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Opora, for keeping to time. And we'll be having our next presenter, but I can see we are tired. Please just rise up a little. I want you to help me tell the next presenter to be as brief and as precise as Dr. Opora has been. But just stand and stretch. We will stretch together, all of us. Please don't knock the person next to you. Let's put our hands straight up in the air. So let's go to our left. Left. Where is your left? There's only one left. All right, let's go to our right side. If you have a knee, please touch the knee. If you have a knee. A knee. Touch the knee. It can't be up in the air. Touch your knee. Somebody's knee is up in the air. If your neighbor is touching the knee up in the air, please help them. All right, let's stretch upward again. All right, thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves as we allow Madam Margaret to come on board. Karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take us through a preview of teacher education in Kenya. In our introduction, in Kenya, teacher education encompasses 4 levels of education, and the 4 levels are early childhood development education, primary teacher education, diploma secondary teacher education, and lastly, graduate teacher education. The levels above incorporate both pre-service and in-service training. In 1964, the Ominde Commission recommended a consolidation of primary teacher training colleges to 18 colleges to address the shortage of African teachers. Before independence, we had missionaries that were training teachers. So after independence is when the commission, Ominde Commission, recommended the consolidation of the colleges to 18. Thereafter, there has been an expansion of the number of colleges and progressive training of teachers for both primary and secondary education. As we speak now, we have 32 public diploma in primary colleges and 26 private diploma teacher training colleges for primary, whereas in secondary, we have secondary education, we have 3 public diploma in secondary teacher training colleges and 10 private diploma in secondary teacher training colleges. So various education commissions and task forces recommended improvement of teacher education to make it responsive to the education reforms of the 21st century and align it to competency-based education approaches and the global trends.
Thank you very much. There is a side of this building that is very quiet. Hello? Mpo? Mpo? Or you don't understand Kiswahili? Are you there? Can I see ladies? Ladies? There are no ladies here. Just raise your hand. Any one of you who wants to speak? At least I've complied with the Constitution. I've made reference to it. I will start with you. Let's give him the microphone so he can ask his question. Ladies, please don't complain that I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, the moderator. I want first to congratulate the presenters. They did a wonderful job. Finland, I'm very excited because yours is hands-on. But allow me, because of time, just to go to Margaret. She presented it so well, but I want also to concur with Professor Ayiro. In that, really, the way you have painted it is that we are good to go, but I really wanted to see the kind of challenges. If we were to start now, can we say we are ready for it? What are really the challenges that if it starts, we shall be able to face? And with that one, we will be able to go all the way. I listened to the presenter from Finland. They said from time to time, their employer trains, the employer empowers. Here is that you have given us an impression that we have already trained our people, they are ready to go, and for sure we know they are not. So probably the question that I want to ask is that these diploma colleges, when are they going to roll out? And when they roll it out, they roll CBC out, are they good to go? That is a question that probably you can be able to answer. And once you answer it, then you know for sure we don't want to start by what people call trial and error. We want to do it and do it as if we will not do it again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So that end, you know, when you want to move from that end, there is a specific hand you can't even ignore. Even if they were just scratching. Bring the microphone this side. Give it to the PS, please. Then we will come this side and finish. Welcome.
Thank you very much, panelists, for very good presentations. Just about post-training and skills development. If it is post-training, it means you deal with people who are already trained. And you are simply empowering them with the new skills to make them more efficient. There could be people already in service. But from your presentation, you mentioned that you get people who are not in education, who are not educated, who are not in employment, and who are not even trained, and then you train them. Doesn't that amount to basic training? You're just training people who know nothing. It's not post-training. That's number one. Number two, I want to thank the director for teacher education for a very good presentation about what she does and about our status in teacher development. And I raised this yesterday, perhaps you are not here, that if we are effective as teachers, properly trained, then teachers should behave the same way, have the same methods of teaching, and have the same impact and influence the national character of our people. To what extent do you have control, especially in a situation where we have 10 private secondary diploma teacher colleges and only 3 government public secondary diploma teacher colleges? It looks like we are leaning more to private, but as far as I know, then you have very little control over what is private. To what extent do you have the powers to take control and ensure that there is quality in teacher training so that we restore the integrity of teachers in our country. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to, we are online. There are people following us, and there are comments here, which we also need to take into account as we respond to the comments and the questions. Boniface Gitau says the ministry needs to bring together the key players in industrial linkages, that is, the industry practitioners and the skills providers, including universities and TVET institutions, so as to address the skills mismatch. Many graduates are not fitting in well in the labor market due to the skills mismatch, and they end up doing wrong jobs. And then Patrick Nabatwa says, let the ministry remember technical trainers for skills upgrading in tandem with new technological innovations in various fields. It is taking too long for the technical trainers to upgrade, and those who go for further studies opt to study non-technical areas. I think at this point we want to allow them, so that they don't get information overload, we want to allow them to respond to this, but I'm aware there are two. There's another one? Oh, there's another comment. Oh, Patrick Nabatwa says, that was a wonderful presentation by Harrison. Please, we need more partnership with technical institutes in the European Union. Please lobby for the short course and upgrading skills for technical trainers. What he said, 2 to 12-month courses. Let the ministry make it a policy that industries must partner with technical institutes of their areas of specialization, but with incentives to the industry. Thank you. So I think these comments largely, some of them are comments. You don't need to respond to them. You just take them in. Others, if you want to make a comment, I think they largely relate to the presentation by Dr. Pora and the presentation by Margaret. Maria and Yuha, if you have any comments, you can actually just chip in once they are done. Then we can take the last round. I think there is a hand that is really itching to say something. So you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I would like to start with the linkages of education and industry, the policy framework. In my presentation, I put there the National Skills Development Policy, that is an overarching policy, but I didn't present one other policy that we are already developing with the stakeholders. When we had the 3 conferences, many issues came out from the industry and from the stakeholders in education that led us to come up with a draft policy which we are working on, that is will link education and industry. In this policy, we were saying that, for example, if you are in the TVET or you are in the universities, every course or every department that you want to offer, you must link it to the industry. They must be a partner from the industry that you are working with. And there are many things that are already in that policy, which I cannot present now, but I did not present during the presentation, but it's there. We are working on it. Secondly, I want also to talk about the issue of post-training. The department has, it's not just post-training, it's also about skills development. It is post-training and skills development. And when you look at our mandate, we are doing the both, but our training is not in an institution like a university or a TVET institution, but it's focused in the industry. That's where we are going. And so we have established workplace, work-based learning committees across the counties where we are using them to train these people in the industry. The training is industry-based, as in the industries. It is not in the schools, it is not in the universities, it is not in the Tibets, but it's in the industry. That's where we are. And also, we still have the post-training services that we are also doing, like the internship, like the volunteerships, which I did not present, of course, but we are doing them, they are there. But all these things we want to link. As somebody who has already been trained, how can he be linked to the industry? The entrepreneurship that we are doing also, we are getting people who have trained, people who have the talent, they have the skill, but how can we make them to link them to the industry? That's why we are having those commercialization, and that's why we are having those entrepreneurship coming in. And we are also linking the graduates who have come from all the institutions to the industry in a way. That's why I was talking about the system that we have, the management system that we have for education employment system, where our graduates, when they graduate, we want to get their data and put in the system. And those who are in the employment, the industry, the companies, they also give us what they require. So if a graduate is looking for a job or where to go, he just go to their system and he'll find where he's required. And if somebody has a job and you want a plumber somewhere, you just enter in the system, and the system will give you all the plumbers around and how much they are offering. So you are already connected. So that's what we are doing. Yes, the skills mismatch is true. We have a skills mismatch in the job market. That is why we are coming up with the National Skills Council that works with the industry and also monitors what is in the industry, the current and the future skills. And this council will be able to give the sectors what is required in the industry, that can go to the curriculum and also can go to the career guidance. We are talking about career guidance because we are training the students. They are choosing careers, but do they know what they are going to do? Do they know whether these careers are going to be important? That's why, again, industry must come in that career guidance. Thank you very much.
You're not giving Daktari a round of applause. he has done so. Now, I'm told if we don't leave now, there will be no lunch. So we must leave now. And this is my advice or proposal, if you agree with it. The presenters are here. We can engage them even over lunch or later on in the plenary sessions. But also the fact that some of the comments that emerged were just comments for consideration. So they really don't need to respond to that. So I want to plead with us that we stop here and we clap for them continuously. Continuous increase. Then the last one. Thank you. Let's break for lunch. I think we should be back after 30 minutes. Please, after 30 minutes.
Let's try and take half an hour for lunch. If you don't have a voucher, kindly get a voucher at the registration desk. Thank you.
In 2013-2014, the Kenyan government, through the Ministry of Education, started a major curriculum reform in order to align the curriculum with the goals and aspirations of Kenya Vision 2030, as well as emphasize on national values.
The ministry assures all Kenyans that the implementation of the CBC will progress with a seamless precision to ensure that our learners get a world-class education.
CBC is a competency-based curriculum that aims at the early identification and nurturing of talents, introduction of national
education strategic plan and domesticate it so that it meets our own need. And I believe that we are poised to do just that, and that the Kenyan education mark, that too, something that I learned here yesterday, that the Finnish education system does not fail its clients. We have a history of an education system that categorizes a small fraction of the learners as success stories and a majority are failures. And therefore, we need to be asking ourselves what happens in that system that does not fail any of its clients. The other thing that I learned, and it's important for my topic, is that the teaching profession is one of the most prestigious, competitive, and coveted job. When we compare to our own country here, we must ask ourselves $1 million question. What do we need to do to change that? And that overall, the Finnish education system responds to the vision of that nation, where teachers, it really just caught me by surprise, that teachers have such a flexible way of doing their work that they are even allowed to develop local curriculum. Am I the only one who had that, or I'm imagining? Did we hear that yesterday? And what happens in this country? We are not even trusting our own teachers to give continuous assessments to the children that they spend 7 or more hours each day with them. We do not trust them. We want somebody to come from wherever to come and assess them. So I'm really happy that we are having this partnership in this conference to listen, to ask ourselves questions. We do not have to go where Finland was many years ago, but we can leapfrog and borrow from there. Now, before I move on, I also would want to make my observation that the Finnish educationalists who are here have now traveled to Kenya. We've been going there. They've traveled here to share their educational journey as a gift, which is very, very inspiring, and we should not take it for granted. And I think our energies and our efforts is for us to take that gift and run away with it to improve on our education and the reforms that are ongoing. Now, I have said a lot about Finland. This does not mean that that's the only place that we have been benchmarking. We have been benchmarking in other countries where the CBC, in whatever name it is called, it has worked for them. Because I have heard in this country we fight about terminologies, that we should not call it this, we should not call it this. What's important, in my view, is the concept that is represented by the terminology. What does it represent? So we have benchmarked with other countries like Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, Japan, Singapore, China, South Korea, and in our very continent, Ghana started this thing before us. So we also benchmark to learn from their mistakes and to learn from their successes. So we also have other places that we have benchmarked. And the focus mainly is on to see how the structure of education works, the delivery modes of learning, the nature and form of performance-based assessment, financing of education, teacher education, M&E, and integration of ICT, which is one of our main focus in these particular reforms, to ensure that we digitize our education and that learners, everyone who qualifies as a learner, is well equipped with 21st century skills. Now, this brings me to my topic, the topic I was given for my speech today, which is titled Future of Basic Education and Early Learning in relation to effective implementation of CBC and attainment of Vision 2030. I want to confess that when I looked at that topic, I found myself challenged, particularly when I saw the word future. And having been a student of philosophy, I'm very careful in engaging with concepts which I'm not very sure whether my interpretation is the same as the other person on the other side or whoever made this topic. So I found myself a bit challenged, but nonetheless I said I will move ahead and imagine that we are speaking from the same page. And one other reason that made me feel challenged is because in my short historical experience, which is the 1 year as the PS in the State Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, I have seen and heard and engaged with various aspects of the concerns of the curriculum reforms which are being implemented in the entire education system. And I wondered, when we are talking of the future of basic education and early learning, in relation to effective implementation of curriculum reform, the implementation of the CBC and the attainment of Kenya Vision 2030, I found myself wondering whether, apart from the benefits that we have witnessed in countries that have implemented this kind of curriculum and which we envision for our own country, could there be other risks that could be lacking behind there, and there is a worry about the future of basic education and early learning in relation to implementation of curriculum reforms. And in my reflections, I consoled myself and said, competency-based curriculum, in my understanding, looks at the way, the process of facilitating learning and early learning and basic education as a structure within the education system, as a sub-sector of our curriculum, of our education system. And therefore, I left it at that and said, I will proceed and engage myself. I also wondered, is there an inconsistency between the competency-based curriculum and that particular subsector? And on reflection, I realized this is trying to deal with two different concepts that are giving me unnecessary problem. So I said pass and move on, because the CBC is the one that informs the curriculum reforms in this country, and it is in every sub-sector, beginning from early childhood all the way to basic and education, which is primary and secondary, to the tertiary and to the university. Now, when I look at the concerns about the implementation of the CBC, where now it is in the primary section of the basic education, is that there are two questions here that we have to ask ourselves. What are we talking about? We are asking about what is happening in the education sector, and also how it's being implemented. And therefore, these are two different things. We need to understand the what, the knowledge, the content, and also the process. And therefore, these two things are happening together, and they are happening in the context of what I also had yesterday. We were being advised by people who are ahead of us, where we benchmark, that you cannot sit and plan forever. Ama ninajitungia. Did you hear something like that? That you can't just sit and say we shall plan until we are 100% prepared and then we implement. You make the steps along the way through practice and experience, then you know where the stones are, where the nails are, and then you adjust along the way. And I like to just try and domesticate this. Some of us who have tried to own our own, to build, not to buy and live, but to build. They are I don't think I have even seen anyone who has poured, after getting the BQs the bills of quantities, and he is told 10 lorries of stones, comes and pours 10 lorries of stones, I don't know, sand, how many, cement, how many, nails, how many. Many of us, we do it piecemeal. Kweli rongo? Have you ever tried building a house? Ebu inua mkono. All of them, they've tried building a house. You are given the bill of quantities. However, and you have plans, isn't it? You have the drawings. The drawings are there, but you start pole pole, and once it has a door, a front door and a back door, and the windows and the roof, you do what? Si tunafanya hivyo? We move in, and then we start now. First of all, we relax for several years, and then we start doing things. We were advised here yesterday that as a nation, if you want to progress, you don't plan forever. We have our plan for this nation, the Vision 2030. It tells us how education should be done in order to respond to what we want to achieve by 2030, and that is what we have done. And we know if we don't plan along the way, then we shall have no future. And we are told by those who are ahead of us that there is no future without an education. And logically, we have to continue implementing the CBC so as to adjust it along the way and enhance our own future. Okay. Now, in terms of the other bit of that topic, where we are looking at the link between that future, the future thing, let's think about our own African traditional education and other traditional education, which was quite perennial, perpetual. You know, you are teaching things where children and young people learned the knowledge and skills that work today, and it is preparing them for tomorrow. Those who are students of history of education, that is how you learn. They observe, they participate in what is happening today as they prepare for tomorrow. That was then. Now, our world today is presenting us already with challenges that we can foresee that there will be a challenge, and therefore we cannot continue with that kind of education that teaches about today in preparation for tomorrow. We have also come from our own tradition, which I went through myself, where we were learning cognitive knowledge, academic knowledge, and our success depended on how well we are able to push out, to repeat, to put down exactly what we can remember about that. And it does not take us into the future. One of the things that I found myself thinking about when I looked at this concept is to realize that when we talk about the future, we are saying that it is not, tunasema si sasa. In fact, the future, I don't know whether in my future right here I'm going to sneeze. I do not know. But because it can happen, you saw me walking down there, I went and brought a handkerchief. You know, you prepare yourself for eventualities. So when we are asked, when I saw this topic about the future of basic education and early learning, I knew it will not, early learning and basic education will not be abolished. However, we must prepare for it, and we have to remember that future is not now. It's the next minute after I have spoken, it's next year, it's 10 years to come, and so on and so forth. And that's the reason why, when you look at the curriculum, or from wherever we have studied, including the one we are implementing, there is a provision for continued review. Si munajua hivyo, those who are in education, it is provided for. As we go along, we take note of things that are working, those that are not working. If we need to find out in another place how they do it to make it work, we do that. But when the period of review, whether it's in primary or university, there is a provision for that kind of review. And this whole idea of the future is a bit disturbing when it comes to the young people. in relation to the curriculum that we give them. We educate them and we tell them we are preparing them to become leaders of tomorrow. But they have become impatient. They have started telling us, we want our future. We want our future now. And the reason is that that future is a moving target. The moment you reach there, the moment you reach tomorrow, it becomes your now. So you cannot stop thinking, imagining, preempting what will happen and prepare for it in advance. And what the CBC does is to put learners in a situation where that reality, we allow them that reality to imagine, not to just wait for the teacher to tell them, but to imagine, try things, explore, see what happens so that they know next time if you touch that, it's gonna explode. That is what it does, so that they have a mind that is preemptive, that is innovative, that is futuristic, and they don't just live on the now, hoping that today will be the same as tomorrow. I have also looked at what happened in other traditional and historical educational setting, and for sure, basic and early learning, even in the history where we have looked at India, Greece, Rome, and whatever, basic and early learning is a very, very critical level of learning, and a lot of attention was given to that level. In some cases, like India, they would even prescribe what is going to happen at this particular age. Where are we going? The younger ones will teach them listening skills, then we move on to thinking skills, and then application skills. And when you look at that, it makes a lot of logic, and that was years before Christ. And we are still saying that these thinking skills are important today. And when we look at the CBC, as it's happening in our basic education, the thinking skill is important. It is located there, a skill of critical thinking, creative thinking, and implementation of knowledge, demonstration of abilities and capabilities and competencies of demonstrating that they have acquired a certain skill or knowledge. This is where we find that the CBC allows knowledge acquisition. Knowledge acquisition in very broad learning areas. And I like saying this with my own example, because as a child, I was very musically oriented. The ones who have heard this story, please do excuse me. If there was CBC during my time, on this stage, I would not be lecturing, maybe I would be singing. I would be singing my life away. That's what I enjoyed. But somehow along the way, I still found a way of becoming a music teacher. So you can imagine the time lost. There was a lot of time lost between going through school and doing all those exams and then coming back to do that. I'm told that there is some 5 minutes to go, but I must link up our Vision 2030, which focuses on creating a globally competitive and prosperous nation with a high quality of life, and transforming our nation to a newly industrialized middle-income nation, vis-a-vis our own policy vision of education, which envisions provision of globally competitive quality education, training, research to all citizens for overall national development and enhancement of individual well-being. The reason I'm doing that is because we cannot have a national a vision of education that is inconsistent with the national development vision. And it is so important that even in this topic, this was put together. And I'll share with you an experience I had when I was being interviewed for this particular job. Because I was being put on the spot. Why? And you know, Kenyans know this debate, why the State Department and so on and so forth. And I kept on saying with humility, Madam Chair, this is located and rationalized in our own vision for development, Vision 2030. And one of them was hell-bent in reminding me that Vision 2030 is going to an end in year 2030. And I said very humbly, well, it's a vision of 2030, but even when we reach 2030, it's not the end of what? Of this nation. So we begin so that we can roll out another vision that will go to 2060. So he kept on telling me, there's Vision 20 you keep on telling us about. We have to align our education system in the vision of a nation. So, two things, possibly as I move towards the end. In linking up this topic, I would like to point out the first thing is the what question. What kind of education do we need? And Professor Odhiambo, task force, was given that particular assignment to answer the question what. And I'm seeing Professor Akala listening very carefully. So he answered the question what. What do we need to do to align our education system to the Vision 2030 of this country and the Constitution of Kenya 2010? And he did that. And he gave recommendations which I won't go through, but I encourage you to read that report. But basically he recommended a more responsive education structure, assessment system that responsive, quality assurance, and so on and so forth. I'll not go into that. So here's a report of 2012, please read it. However, that was 2012. It reached a point where now another task force was established by the Ministry of Education to answer the question how. These are issues of competency. You can learn the knowledge that this is a pen, but there is the question, how do you use that pen? And it can be demonstrated, it can be described what you need to do. So the other question came in 2019. Okay, we have these recommendations that have been lying here. Session of paper number 1 of 2019 has put it in a legal framework. But how do you deal with this structure from 8 years in primary to 6? And therefore came the Fatuma Chege task force, which Professor Akala was a member. And of course, universities, and I know you are represented here, they were overrepresented in that task force, possibly because the CS is a professor. I saw Professor Akala there, very, very versatile. Professor To, Professor Katana, Professor Ongondo, Odebero, there were 6. And of course, I'm also a professor. And therefore, I have been encouraging our colleagues in the university sector and reminding them how well they were represented. And as if that was not enough, there was the icing, on the pudding on the whatever it's called. The chair of public vice chancellors came and make a presentation of what universities expect. The chair of private universities did that. And therefore, that's why I say it's overrepresented. The unions came, many stakeholders, parents, people of faith, and so on and so forth. So that report addressed the question, how? And therefore, in those recommendations, we were tasked on how now do you transition from this level to the other, all the various levels. Where are you gonna domicile the secondary schools and so on and so forth? How do you identify schools that can offer particular pathways? And we collected a lot of data to do that. How will you accommodate all these children in double intake? You have been seeing activities of that nature. And therefore, this is a report that addresses the how. And in the final chapter, we asked ourselves, we have made recommendations. We have seen Odhiambo had made recommendations and they have remained as recommendations. What can we do differently that will help the process to move forward? So we said we have to have a chapter of implementation framework to say this recommendation, you implement it this way. And this is the responsible agent. And we did that to all the recommendations for transition, domiciling, competency-based teacher education, transition to university, communication, and so on and so forth. And when all was said and done, it came to pass that some of us who were in that committee were told, okay, you recommended this, go ahead and implement. So that's what we've been doing in the State Department. And I would like just to share very briefly on the mandates we were given as a State Department. One is to address the overall policy of curriculum reforms so that it is done in a comprehensive, collaborative manner across the education system, including all other actors, the SAGAs, the CUBs, including Commission for University Education, which is a member of our technical committee, every actor, including partners like Teacher Service Commission, so that we all read from the same page. And that has really helped, because we discovered that every department of the ministry used to do its own thing. If you are in primary, you do your own thing. University, you do your own thing. Now we have a forum where we sit and everybody hears what the other subsector does and how the implications of that to itself. So, and that's a main thing. Policy on assessment, and recently the minister explained about assessment, coordinate harmonious implementation of the curriculum, create frameworks, which we have done, and there are so many things, 12 of them, provide guidance to education service providers, and so on. There are quite a number, there are 12, jointly with higher institutions of learning and stakeholders, prepare and roll out rationalization of migrating programs in university towards curriculum competency-based curriculum aspirations. And I would want to say this, having spent most of my life in universities. The universities actually cannot be guided by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, where they also go to offer support. It is for us in the universities, Professor Akala, to provide leadership in understanding what is happening in the basic and early learning levels, the tertiaries, and then make themselves relevant. And I want to declare here, there are many universities that are doing that. Many of them are way ahead. They have had even their revised programs approved by Q. Others are still somewhere in the middle. Others are starting. I don't want to name them so that I don't miss any of them, but I want to congratulate them and ask the others to follow suit. However, the world is never changed by a mob. There has to be leaders who make those initial steps. Others see that it is good and they follow. So please keep it up, those universities that are doing that. The teacher training, I know it's being catered for by KICD. So in all this, the things I'm talking about, collaboration and partnership is very important. And one of the things we have done in the State Department is to develop a framework for partnerships, so that it's not a walk-in, walk-out. We are operating within a framework. We have also developed coordination frameworks for curriculum reforms implementation for basic education. It has been validated and abstracts of it disseminated. guidelines for transition from basic education. We have also done a handbook of standard and quality assurance committees developed, and abstracts have been also sent out. We have also done education communication materials, and awaiting finalization is a framework for enabling collaboration between the national and county government. That's one of the TORs also the committee had, because these children in pre-primary and nurseries, they are the same children who transition where? To the primary, Kenyan children. But then the responsibilities are in two different governments, and we have made headways. We've already had very fruitful meetings with the Council of Governors. So that's a major thing, because it entails policies and regulations. Careers handbook for parents and their children, because one of the major programs, which we are calling it a supportive program, is parental empowerment and engagement. And I do not want to go into the details. All of you who are from this country, you know what has been happening to parents who have gone through a different process of learning, and their children are in the competency-based. And we are saying, don't blame them. They don't know any better. So we've developed that handbook for learners and parents and teachers, and awaiting also approval. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in that 1 year, I have gone round. There are those who have seen me around the country just to see what is happening. Of course, our boss moves around the country. You can't work for him and then sit in the office. It doesn't work like that. Ukiona unaongozwa hivi, you do likewise. So I also move around the countries, classrooms, labs being built and so on, and also interact with the teachers and the children in primary school. And what I see in most cases demonstrate children who are engaged and joyously participating in the learning process. The parents are not very happy because they are supposed to be engaged with them in the evening. I have seen demonstration of creativity. They are sewing, they are making footballs for themselves, and I hear complaints of people being asked to buy. I have seen a spirit of collaboration. In many cases, parents are happy to participate. Others say they are too busy. But I always say, eventually a good thing will sell itself. My father had never gone into a formal school. He had gone to an Arabic Islamic school. But his engagement with our learning was unquestionable. He would come, find us playing, and ask, "You are playing, have you done the teacher's work?" I didn't even want to hear the next phrase. That was engagement and an interest in our learning, because we knew if we didn't do it, he will come to demonstrate in school how teachers are not disciplining us. So we would do that. He didn't have to be literate or to have gone to school. So when I hear some generations, some of them I'm seeing here who have those children in the CBC, including my own son, telling me at a time, I'm coming home tired at 6 and we are being asked for clay. I tell him, that's your son, get him the clay soil. And he will remember you got him clay soil. He may not even remember what they learned. So I have seen very good indications. They may not be 100%, but as we have seen, even the noise has gone down. Ruth Mogambi, I don't know where you are. You refused to sit in front with me, but we have been doing a lot of engagement behind the scenes and quietened the noise. So finally, I'm seeing Mogaka dancing there. I want to just confirm, Mr. Mogaka, that the 12 functions of the State Department for implementation of curriculum reforms, I find them resonating very well with the theme that has been constructed and designed for this workshop about curriculum. That's what we deal with, and training, partnerships and linkages. As a department, we cannot do anything without that, and we now have many partners, including UNICEF and others that I don't want to mention, and the development of education policy. And that 1 year experience, I have anecdotal evidence, and which I call the researchers I'm seeing here to go and collect that data and talk to us scientifically. And I am, from that anecdotal, experiential data, I have come to the logical conclusion that the future of basic education and early learning in relation to effective implementation of CBC in Kenya is on a positive trajectory, thus indicating a bright future and ensuring the vision of our country and the region and the world remain on course, including the future vision of our country. The CBC will remain, from what I have seen, will remain very relevant, and it's on a very positive trajectory. That's why the noise has gone down. But we still have a few people who, we can't all be the same. And it's our constitutional right to talk and criticize. Nimeshukuru sana, I know I have exceeded. That's the problem I told you. You put a lecturer here in front and she sees a hall like this, they just stop. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Prof. Let's give a round of applause as we welcome DG to come and make his presentation. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. I don't know, the people who made this program, they want me to speak after my boss, Mogaka. Anyway, my name is Elias Abdi. I'm the Director General, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education. So, Prof has taken us through the CBC bit. I just want to give you a picture of the status, a preview rather, of basic education, of course with emphasis on learning outcomes. So, if you go to the next slide, we are in education. Basically, we say we don't make a mistake with education. And looking at that slide, our African icon Nelson Mandela said that education is the great engine of personal development. When you are looking at it from personal, point of view, it is through education that the daughter of a peasant becomes a medical doctor. That is on personal development. But when it comes to development of a country, a whole society, then the Chinese philosopher said that if your plan is for 1 year, just plant rice, it's enough. But if your plan is for 10 years, then trees will solve the problem. But if your plan is for 100 years, educate your children. That's for posterity. And so, nobody today will dispute anywhere that if as a society we have to develop, education is the key. I want to give a picture of basic education in this country in form of figures. Basically, by just looking at the map of Kenya, it's enough to do the whole presentation, because that's where we are. And the landmass, Kenya's landmass, is 582,646 square kilometers. Out of this, 97.8 is land surface, land, while 2.2% water surface, the bit of the ocean, the lakes that we have. If you look at the projected enrollment for the year 2021, we are around 50 million. For the benefit of our visitors from Finland, they told us the population in their country was 5.5 million. For us, these are the figures. In our pre-primary, public only, I'm talking of public pre-primary, we have around 2.2 million children. And you know, there's a large and robust private sector when it comes to pre-primary education. You know, we have the Montessori curriculum and so many other curricula. So in the private sector, it's estimated that our pre-primary children are around 700,000. Public primary schools, in total, the schools are 23,231 as at now. Those who are registered, and there are quite a number in the pipeline for registration, new ones. The enrollment in our public primary schools is around 8.9 million children. Secondary schools in this country, the public ones, are 9,247, while the enrollment is around 3.7 million. Looking at that map, this country, for the benefit again of our visitors, is made up of 8 regions. We have organized in form of 8 regions, 47 counties. The sub-counties in form of education are around 380 sub-counties. But the lowest level of education administration in this country is called, as per the basic education, we have education zones. A zone is made up of around 20 schools, 20 primary schools. At the region, we have regional directors of education. At the county, county directors of education. And I was hearing some people asking questions, the speakers who were here before. Please internalize the management of education in this country after the Constitution 2010. Education is no longer managed the way it used to be managed pre-2010. The 2010 Constitution made the Teacher Service Commission an independent, what I will call a Chapter 15 Commission. Chapter 15, the list, if you look at it, TSC, IEBC, Judicial Service, they are there. So, in the regions, for example, we have a regional director representing the Minister of Education there, but we have as TSC director also, at the county, at the sub-county, you know. And therefore, issues to do with, you know, teacher management, teacher training, especially the in-service bit, is being done by the employer now. And so, this is how the sector is managed. Schools are dotted all over the country. And the border with South Sudan, Uganda, Nairobi there at the center, we manage the institutions based on, you know, that kind of approach. Such that at the headquarters, almost every morning, we have a picture, like today now, how the schools open, you know, we have the morning call-ups, and we monitor on daily basis what happens. Moving to the next slide. In the year 2020, our projected school-going age children, in terms of the demographics, was 17.5 million children. That is, when we talk of basic education, is 4-year-olds to 18-year-old. That is the age bracket. And so, this is the scenario, almost 17 million. But if you look at it, are they all in school? We have, of course, challenges here and there, regional disparities, you know, and that kind of challenges that we'll come to later. We'll move to the next slide. So mainly, those arrows might be a bit misleading, but this is our areas of focus. We first enroll the child. We ensure we retain the child. We ensure the child transits to the next grade. We ensure that what takes place in the class is of quality and of relevance. And also, in the class also, that all the children are included, not only in terms of physical presence in school, but also in learning, because the class will also exclude some children. And our focus is also on governance and accountability. These are the main broad focus areas of the sector. Now, looking at that diagram, we are from, from bottom going up, looking at it. We are now in system transformation, especially the curriculum itself, the reforms we are undertaking. And yesterday, what came out from the presentation of Mr. Juha was the element of trust in the sector. And then I started thinking about trust, within the education system here in Kenya. For them, they don't have even school inspectors, quality assurance, And then I started thinking about how we, administer our examinations, for example. When KCSE, the Form 4 exam, and the Standard 8 exam start in this country, at the Ministry of Education, we completely stop what we're doing. And that's the time even PS Napukwesi joins us. He starts doing basic work now. All of us become examination monitors. And maybe Mr. Juha, the team from Finland, may not imagine that, but what there is that in the past, our examination, when we send it to the schools, to the field, we used to store it in the police armory. But even within the police armory, they were not safe, isn't it? Armory is where we have the ammunition, the guns and everything. And then later, they were not safe there, so we had to come up with a container placed in the sub-county headquarters. The nearest one here is Nyali sub-county, or Kilifi North headquarters in Mtwapa. We have the nearest 2 containers. And that container is guarded by policemen 24/7. Then later, when it goes to the school, they're still accompanied by policemen. Last year, I and Professor Fatuma Cheke were together in Nyeri to monitor, and then we'll wake up very early in the morning. By 5 a.m. we're at the container. 5 a.m. You remember this container business when it started? One time, one of the principals, I'm told, he woke up at 2 a.m. and then 2 a.m. he thought it was already time for the container, and by 2:30 he was at the container. And the police were wondering what happened here. So, in Nyeri last year, the head of the security was briefing, Prof, if you can remember, he was briefing the soldiers, telling them, look, as you move from this container to the school, even if maybe you're involved in an accident, make sure your finger is always on the trigger of the gun. Make sure this exam is guarded. This is, why do we have to go to that extent? Maybe when Juha later speaks, we'll request him to say a few things on how they administer the exam. But I remember one time I was a high school principal, a school that was supported by some philanthropic organization based in Holland. And so one day they visit me at the school, and they find policemen during the exam time in the school with guns. They wonder, is there a crime committed here, or what is the issue? No, I just told them, relax, we're only doing our exams. So this is the scenario we're in. But look at it. The worst thing is, if you look at Section 27 of the NEC Act, it says, if you are found with an authorized examination material, maximum 10 years behind bars, or 2 million fine, or both. But even with that, what is happening? What is happening even with that? Initially, we're hearing about WhatsApp being used. Last year, the other year, there's something called a Telegram. Have you heard about those things? Yes. So, we need really, as a society, to think about this. We are a very prayerful people every morning here. We open with a word of prayer. Mogaka will not start the meeting without a prayer. Everywhere we go, every meeting. But now, some of these things, we need to ask ourselves hard questions moving forward. Why should, for example, our schools, there's a time I went to a school function. I arranged the function myself. I told them I want to be coming for, to talk to the teachers, the students in that school. And then when the function is over, a parent, called me aside and said, Bwana DG, umefanya vizuri kukuja. It's good you have done well. You know this school, at least for the last 2 years, the way it was cleaned this time. People start sweeping because there's a vista coming. You hear people preparing schemes of work, lesson plans, all those things. Even the ones that were done because quality assurance officers are coming. You are aware of these things, isn't it? Yes. So, we need to really think about some of these things. So, at the bottom there, it's about system transformation. We have been working for the last 5 years on transforming our data system. You have heard of the National Education Management Information System, which has been initiated the last 5 years. Now, at least when it comes to secondary education, all our learners have been captured there. Primary education, we're almost there, but we have challenges with birth certificate. So that for us to be able to use evidence in decision making, data is paramount. Then, of course, issues to do with gender, responsive, sector planning. Luckily, in basic education now, we have some regional disparities. There are some parts of the country, in the northern counties, for example, the girls are still not all there in school. But there are parts of the country, in the Mount Kenya region, the boy child now is also being affected, where we have plantations like the Mirapikin plantation area, coffee. The boy child is going for, early labor, child labor issues and all that. And so, from system transformation, once we transform the system, we look at also our inputs now. Do we have the right teaching and learning materials? Do we have the requisite number of teachers? Do we have the infrastructure, the inputs, the supplies? And I think, to some degree, we have been good at this. In terms of infrastructure, we are relatively much better as compared to the region. Teacher numbers, of course, there are challenges because our population is still growing. As the population grows, the more schools are being opened, more children are there. And so more teachers are required. And this, again, the shortage is there. And then when it comes to the outputs, the outcomes, and looking, we had seen also some regression in terms of learning outcomes. We have seen, especially the girl child has been affected. You have heard about the stories on the pregnancies and the challenges, because our schools have not only been learning places, they are not learning places only, but they are also rescue centers. Because when the child is at the institution, they are safe there and they are learning. So moving to the next slide. This is the last, from 2016 to 2020. I've analyzed here the KCSE, those who had C+ and above. And from there you see, for example, in the year 2020, out of the about 800,000 students that sat the KCSE at Form 4, around 21% of the male students managed to get C+ and above. Around 17% of girls managed to get C+ and above. But luckily, again, our education system now, there was a time in the history of this country, it's only after Form 4 or A level, that you can proceed to university. Things have now changed. With a D+, somebody can go for a certificate course, and they go on progressively like that. So on this, there's some, these are the figures. You can see in 2020 when we brought the container, that's the time the container issue was brought in. There was change of system of administrative exam, then there was a drop in terms of those who had C+ and above. But now when people got used to and started maybe putting a lot of effort, the figures are increasing. So moving on to the next. So this, again, Prof has dwelled on the CPC, the competence-based curriculum, the CBA, the rationale behind it, why we're doing all that. I think this has been explained on several times. And so this is what we'll be looking at, generally. On the learning outcomes, we can move to the next slide. Next. So generally, I want to just say a bit on linking what we're doing as a basic education subsector on linking basic education to industry. What are we doing about that? So you are aware, we are sensitive to this environment, ensuring that these children are exposed early. We involve industry in curriculum development. For example, at KICD board, we have representatives from the private sector. They are there right in the curriculum development process. At the academic committee, there's representation from the Federation of Employers of Kenya, CASNEP, Micro and Small Enterprise Business and Federation. They're there in the development of the curriculum. ICT, again, integration in education. The ministry has a standalone policy on ICT integration in education. And this, again, is being linked to that. Next slide. We collaborate on issues of career guidance, scholarships, academic issues to do with games, and so on. That in the sport industry, we're good at that. In terms, our students have really been very good in this area. And many of them have gone to events. For example, in 2018, when we had the athletics championship, even in Finland, it was conducted in Finland. Our learners were there, and they won, so many medals in form of in this area. And this is an area that we have been successful. Most of our learners, going to the next slide, most of our learners, especially these athletes, they don't miss any job. Almost all these students you can see now on their names here, they have already joined the disciplined forces. One of them, for example, Mary Mora, she was the 800-meter champion from Ngonga High School in Kisii. She's already working. Noah Kibet, Stanley Mburu, these people, they are there. In 2018, Fancy Cherono, a gold medalist of 3,000 meters. She participated in that area and so on. So even the current number 9, Michael Olunga in Harambee Stars, was from Upper Hill Boys. In the Kenya Science and Engineering Fair, KESEF, this is another area where it has been in existence since 1962. And so our learners have been participating right from the school up to international levels and came up with a number of projects in this area. If you can move to the next slide. The International Science and Engineering Fair that was held in the US recently, we had so many projects. In South Africa in 2019, Kanga High School participated with a project on computer science category. Can move to the next slide. And of course, the young scientists, with support of the Irish government, we work very closely on issues to do with young scientists and at that level. So generally, this is, the picture we are trying to paint. But again, you all know very well that in terms of issues to do with examination, the high stakes exam, and the way they are being guided, most of the principals will tell you on the eve of the examination, hardly even sleep. You know that, isn't it? Because of the mean score and all that. There are cases where when the results are released, parents come to the school, they even lock, the offices of the principals. These are things that are there, and maybe that is leading to the challenges we have on exam monitor, issues to do with exam administration. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki.
Hi again. Some of you are still awake. In a way, I also have a dream. The dream that someday the future will show us that all people are the same and equal in our education system. No matter if they have special needs, no matter where they live in poverty or rich countries or whatever. But the access to education will be same to all of us. Please push the button. Change the slide, I mean. You know, these some guys from Finland, and I need, when we have, no, we lost the picture. You know, this is the guys, we somehow think that future thinking is something. Christmas comes every year. And we see sometimes, it is from Lapland, Finland, a couple of friends of mine, you know, maybe a couple, some of them. And for the future, we have to have some kind of wishes. All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. You know, you remember, that's from the kids. And we wish something, and we wish for the good, and we hope for the good for our kids. Please, push the button. I don't use so much time, but I want to show you that there's design everywhere. So we have to design our curriculum, we have to design our future by ourselves. Of course there's a black swans, and so something happens, like we see wars and pandemics, you know, lack of gasoline, whatever happens. But we have to be aware that we have to plan and plan. Planning is, you know, planning is everything, plan is nothing. But you have to make new plans and reform again and recognize that we made some mistakes and try again, but try better. Fail, fail, fail again, but fail better. Don't, you know, repeat the same mistakes time after time. Thanks. Learning, what is learning in future? Where it happens? Do we need schools? Do we need just some kind of devices like smartphones? What is the easiest and cheapest way to deliver education for all? We have seen the revolution of technology, and that's also the part how to make those teachership more attractive is to show that it can happen wherever. You can be innovator when you work as a teacher. You don't just have to stay in the 19th century's classroom like this way, like we are just now. It's like a church in a way. It's a very old-fashioned. And these kids in this park, they are doing learning. In fact, they are playing Pokemon Go. Maybe you know this game. But they are working together. It seems that they are alone, but they are linked. And all the kids for the future and all the learners might be connected somehow. We know how quickly we have spread our Facebooks, Instagrams and so on, this kind of applications. But we may be, and hopefully in Kenya, in Finland, in wherever, we can innovate our own platforms and share them and become the innovator or maybe the new force for this learning process, which is everywhere. Learning happens everywhere. Usually kids are spending something like 16 to 17% of their time in school per year. The rest is somewhere else. Where does the learning take place? Everywhere. All the time, push the button. And we need school days where we have time to reflect. And this is something I hope for the future, in basic education, in higher education, that we have time to think. We have time to reflect what we have learned. Use our system 2 thinking. Think first, speak afterward. So it's you know, learning is a slow process, now and in future. And our world is much more higher pace. It's a hyper speed. Push the button. What will the education look like in the future? It's not so long time ago when the Padlets looked like that, the tablets. Now we have different tablets and easy accesses to electronic applications. And I think also in Kenya, in Finland, all the countries with the long distances, maybe the future of learning will be in these small, sometimes stupid and arresting devices what we are all the time watching. But how to take these in pedagogical use even more than nowadays, and how we can how can we win the competition among those, you know, against these kind of attractions you can find from your device. Push. And it means that, okay, in my opinion, again, the trust is something which creates responsibility. That you say that, okay, if the teachers are trusted, I hope in the future we don't need any inspection system. In years, the World Economic Forum, they launched these competencies lists. And we have heard many times during these 2 days already that what kind of competencies we can guess that we will need for the future. And this kind of competence list you have seen. And I mark the green, those competencies in 2020 which are, you know, going up. And red are those which are going down. And you recognize that their creativity has ranked